All spreading out though, just trying to get information. LeGioN go for their own. Arakiz and DK very close to just breaking each other's smokes, but not going to happen. Instead, Arcana, he does break it all. Everyone else just runs away on the side of LeGioN. And that's all that happens. 50 gold well spent. It generally feels like this is how like every game starts. Both teams wait a little bit, they smoke, they try and make a move, but then because the other team's done the exact same thing and both of their smokes break at the same time, everybody just runs away. So nothing really happens. Always disappointing. But we'll be 2 for 2 on the bounties. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yeah, we'll look at this mid, see if Ryoma is ready for some serious damage today and potentially just shuts down Skyrim. Which I think is his actual name, because again, in-game nicknames, man, they really do screw me over. They all need to be disabled. But yeah, his actual registered name is Siren. Oh, up top, Arakiz! Okay, he's dead very quickly. I was saying that this was going to be a favoured lane for LeGioN, but just to run him down this early on was a little bit unexpected, to be honest with you. And Arakiz, where he'd use his TP to get to his lane after the bounties, he now has to run back to the top lane. No boots as well, so he's going to miss out on so much. This is already a very worrying start here for the side of Bizz Gaming. Yeah, see, still not even at his lane. Looks like Arcana was able to drag some creeps around, getting relatively close to the tier 1 tower, but Austin kind of stopped him from getting too good of a spell. Speaking of, he's taking a lot of damage here. Iron Shell is probably just going to kill him. One more right click brings him down. Austin a little bit over aggressive there, to be honest. Ryoma unable to dodge that tree toss there. See Daisy. Anna continues to try and drag creeps, but Austin's here now. Fire Spirit's back up. There's lots of spells being committed, just slowly harassing away. Austin still definitely killable pre-Icarus dive. Who are the spot lane? Relatively uneventful so far. Slight CS lead here for Shy. 11-2 against the Beastmasters, 10-0. But basically just non-existent at this stage of the game. And those daggers do a serious amount of damage to the boars, man. Impalement Arts, like 3 ticks, basically killed the entire boar. It's absolutely insane. Shy just taking some free hits. Further. Not easy able just to trade right clicks there against an enemy carry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But the mid lane CS is looking pretty much how you would expect. 17-6 to Siren against a 12-2 there of Ryoma. So a good lead ahead. Basically a foolproof wave advantage right now for the Tiny. Nope. Pokes down. On towards Lewis. Turns around though, hitting on towards Tetsu. Not really taking much damage on this Beastmaster. He's relatively tanky at this stage in the game. But he is completely fine. He must have to be careful how far he steps up. Damage definitely does hurt quite a lot. Well, it looks like Shy at the bot lane, getting extremely low, trying to run away. We'll be able to get the pull away there to the side. He will be fine. So Desu continue just to harass there. Everybody getting extremely low at this bot lane, but it definitely does look like LeGioN SA having a decent time in this bot. The Shy just man continues to take harassment from afar. He's doing well in CS though, so he's not getting dominated in that position. But now that 7 Tetsu is just at his level 3, the harassment is just coming strong and fast. I'm just going to dive past the tower here. And Lewis caught in an awful spot. He will die. Fur actually gets the kill credit for that one. They're just going to carry on chasing after another one here. Shy gets turned on. Has to be careful. He's very low HP. Right clicks is doing some serious damage. Fur didn't truck the stun. I guess we want to not steal it. But he gets the long range stun instead and still will die. Arcana TP's in here to help. But it's far too little too late. And the carry on Bizz goes down. Three for 1 on the scoreline. LeGioN SA at the top. All 3 cores top the CS chart as well. They are sitting pretty. Pat O'Donnell is just having the freest time ever. 33 and 15 at this top lane. Arik is definitely struggling. More rotations as Austin comes into the bot lane, trying to focus on towards Shy, but he's able to get himself out to the tier 1 tower. Lewis has to be careful, they're going to turn it around, got the grab here on towards Fur. Jump over towards the right side, none of those remnants do connect there, but instead they get the 2-man stun forwards, and now Lewis, he will die, steps a little bit too far forwards, and it costs him his life. Bumping up their lead now to 2k here. I did say the bottom was probably going to be the most action-packed lane, and it definitely seems to be happening so far. TP down to the bottom. Fur caught on the wrong side of the tower here. Very awkward spot, but the Remnant will be able to hit him there through the trees. Very aggressive positioning there from the Lion is punished immediately there by Bizz Gaming, so they do bounce back there. Ryoma even heading down here with an Invis rune. It looks like their Spidey senses are tingling here on LeGioN. They've all kind of fallen back to their tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Instead, it looks like Arcana's now going to head towards the mid. They might try and set up for a gank here on towards Siren. Instead, he's just going to run straight past. I mean, Arcana doesn't have a TP, so he's actually had to just run across the entire map just to rejoin his off lane at the top lane, where Arik is at least now level 6, getting some CS ball down the bot lane. Cook once again getting gone on and will die. As Austin with the rotation there finds his first kill of the game. Obviously, he knows that there's zero reason to be at the top right now. Like, Pato is having the freest game of his life. 58 and 20. Even mid, Ryoma. Oh lord, taking a lot of damage here. At least the support's going in. Do secure the rune, which is going to be a shield rune as well. Maybe they can turn this one around. They drop down the wall. There is going to be the sun ray coming on through. That's not enough to save Fur's life. He will die. Just too many people in this mid to deal with their LeGioN. Arcana, he just dies with an avalanche and a right click from Austin. He's able to dodge all the spells as well, so he won't die. So it actually just ends up being a trade of supports there, rather than a potential just obvious win for the side of Bizz.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Easy stuff for the trees. Raw just to guarantee the kill there from 7 Tetsu. I mean, it's a minute and a half cooldown. It's quite a long time, but I guess he just really wants to guarantee the kill. And it is going to bump up his timings of this Aghanim Scepter. He's about 2,500 gold away. And another dive here underneath the tier 1 tower. Shy getting gone on. Is he going to be able to get the jump away? Drops down the ult. He's going to turn this one around and cost well. Seven Tetsu now probably hoping he saved his raw for this one, because that probably would have been the kill. Rieman's going to chase away, drops down the Dream Coil. Will get snapped off towards the sides. Trying to hit him up here with the Sun Ray, but it's very low level. Gets cancelled out there with a well-placed E for the Remnant. And he will lose his life for this one. Off to the left side as well. Fur 2 gets ran down here by Shy. It's a Bizz Gaming bounces back here. And yeah, I feel like Tetsu's a little bit annoyed. He spammed his ultimate for no reason there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or maybe he was hoping that Fur was at least level 10, but fortunately not for him. Now 7 Tetsu. Siren, sorry, in danger. Good two-man stun comes in for the Lions, up in everything, and Ryoma will die. Too much burst damage. Finger as well on towards Arcana as Fur just hit his level 6, and Lewis not going to be able to survive. The Fire Remnant connects, but he will actually be able to get out of there. 130 HP left, but he does survive. Regardless, the Puck Dine's a bigger one. And first finger kill of the game there for Fur, so he's going to be happy about that.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower down at just pre-11 minutes. They're decently timed blink tagging now as well here for Siren.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what he's able to do with that one as Pat Donald, he successfully takes down the top tier 1 as well on his own. This guy continuing to have the freest game, like nobody from Bizz is bothering to come up here to try and contest this one. They really are just allowing him to have the freest time. As a Mask of Madness, Power Treads, I believe a fully completed armlet as well, now coming out on the courier. This guy's getting powerful very quickly. 2.3k ahead of his counterpart carry as this once again dies at the bot. So Austin just trying to go out any stacks. We'll jump away. Arcana using both of his jumps there to get on top of Austin. Has to be a little bit careful as Pat Donald comes on through. Drop down the hits and Arcana does die. Ryoma also now dropping in a very dangerous spot for himself. Every spell being launched towards Ryoma with the finger. They get the kill on towards the puck as well. Toss forwards of Pat O'Donnell, and there's just nothing that Arakis could do. He's going to die as well. And it's 3 quick kills there going the way of the Legion. Even going to do some damage on towards tiers 2, forces out the glyph. Because why the hell not? Now a 6,000 gold lead at just 12.5 minutes into this game. Very scary spot here for Bizz Gaming. Very scary indeed. Like, everybody's just so far behind their counterpart. Beastmaster is over 1,000 ahead of the Ducks here. Tiny, 2,000 gold ahead of the Puck. Dragon Knight, 2,600 ahead of Kez. Support gold difference is much smaller, but even still, they're just ahead slightly.
I'll take that.
Even the Lions can have a pretty decently timed blink dagger at this rate. He's only, what's that, 800 gold away from a blink at 13.5 minutes in. Very scary spot.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And there is Aghanim Scepter completed. Also in Tetsu, and it looks like he's just wanting to go straight in towards the Roche pit. On the flip side of that, Tiny has been caught. Several members of Bizz Gaming here towards the mid. They drop down the Wheel of Wonder. Doesn't really get any connection. As Kez even drops down the ultimate. 7 Tempest is going to turn around here with the use to drop this axe. Getting some good damage. Arcana, though, is going to jump past him to finish off the kill as the egg was dropped. And everybody from Bizz runs away. So far, this isn't a terrible trade for them. As long as if they don't lose anybody else, and it doesn't look like they will. Tetsu, another jump forwards, not going to get a kill. So DK just goes back hitting creeps. So sure, they do lose their carry, but the gold and XP change does still favor them at the end of the day. Not by much. 300 gold and 60 experience. So maybe losing your carry isn't worth that. But hey, at least they didn't lose anybody else. So that's something. They probably did delay Roshan, which I'm sure is going to be on the minds of LeGioN SA. Jump forwards and towards the secret shop area as Austin does go down. Bird is having to run away, gotta be careful. Caught from the Hex, in comes Tetsu as well. Just a quick toss back of the puck. Gets the kill on towards the Void Spirit. Ryoma trying to retreat up towards the north side. Fur Gambles gets the actual stun through the trees. Roll down towards the south side as well. They got the lock on towards the dark, so he will die as well as Pato managed to finish off the puck. They get the +1 towards Lewis. And just when it was starting to look up there for the side of Bizz, LeGioN just come backward in and show that they are miles ahead. 16 minutes in, 9k gold advantage. This top tier 2 game already. Pato is going to be able to finish this off.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I believe he already has enough just to buy out the Chrysalis, and I'm going to wait for a Daedalus after that as Tetsu just going for the Roche. I imagine the Beastmaster probably does take this Aegis as well, because DK is an awful Aegis carrier. Yeah, sure enough they do. And to be honest, I don't really see Pato dying anytime soon. He is extremely tanky. Good toss back here. And Kez, the carry, is just dead. Didn't need to use the finger or anything, just right clicks from the DK alone was enough to get the job done. And there is the blink from the Lion, so another form of initiation and catch, which is just horrible for the puck.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Eric is runs into the DK, but it's actually a Pato that blinks away. Got a little bit afraid because he was on his own. Blink tagging now also into the hands of Tetsu. So much reach. And lots of people TPing down to the bot. They want to take a fight here. But Blink up towards the high ground. Gets silence controlled. A little bit over aggressive and will actually die. Ryoma gets the kill. Drop down the wheel, but not even needed at this stage. But looks like they hung around just a little bit too long. Escape Act is there on towards Lewis, but he does not save his cause. He will die. They get a kill on the Lion, but unfortunately they still lose an offlaner and the support for this.
Dire are scanning.
"17 issues."
Radiant's
Oh, I think I said his name so wrong too many times. Again, man, these in-game nicknames, they do annoy me. It makes my life so damn hard. But yeah, he's ready waiting for go for a kill. His Raw is back off of cooldown. Still 3 minutes as well in this Aegis. They want to just carry on using this to apply pressure as do have a 2-man smoke. Shy in a dangerous spot. Fur blinks past, managed to find him, stun, punches. Needs some grabs here, but doesn't matter. Toss is enough to get the kill. Nakanas has to go full runaway. They're just hunting for it right now. This is gone.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lead now at 15,000 gold. What is Gaben saying on the graphs? Oh my lord, he's already at a 96% win probability here for the side of the LeGioN Gaming. Can't really fault him. Maybe I would have given like 90-10. there is a chance. You know, you got some really strong teamfight ultimates from Bizz Gaming. Dream Coil, Wall of Replica, whatever the hell the Kez's one's called, Raptor Dance, which is can do some decent damage.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But every tier 2 is now gone.
Radiant's
Donald's just going to start hitting up on towards the tier 3's glyph, already used here to slow this one down. And they're just going after Shy, farming underneath an Observer Ward. Unfortunately for him, he's dead. Oh, he's able to get the jump to the side there. Next controls, they actually did a little bit more damage. He's taking a while to die. Okay, another toss is finally there. They really did make him work for that one. And then Americana just dies down to the south side. Raw was used there from 17 issues to lock him down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
10 seconds left on this Aegis. Pato TPs to the bottom tier 1 to push out the creep wave. It doesn't look like they're just going to go for a high ground push or anything like that, just to try and capitalize on this Aegis. I think that's completed Daedalus actually for the DK as well. My god, it is. 21 minutes in. Daedalus, Blink, Mask of Madness, Armlet. Tormentor as well. Oh. Whoopsie daisy. That's embarrassing for Fermil. Austin also caught, trying to steal the 20-minute Wisdom Rune, but does get beaten down, so 2 supports gone. I feel like Bizz are probably happy they're just able to get their own Wisdom Shrine, to be honest with you, at this stage in the game. Well, jump up towards the high ground. Tidus goes in deep. Pato as well is also going to be here. They killed one. Arcana's able to get the jump towards the south side as Pato is actually taking a lot of damage from these illusions. He needs some help as everyone's running away. It's extremely low, and Ryoma's just going to be able to jump in and freely kill him. Confusing misplay there to come out from LeGioN. He's put themselves in a very awkward spot with just the 2 of them. And they really got to pay respects to the illusion damage, because that did some serious work. As Ryoma caught up top. So much forms of control. Avalanche, Toss, Hex, Earth Spike. It's like 7 to 8 seconds of pure disable, and then a finger on top plus all the damage. It's just no way a puck can survive that. Austin's farm as well is doing very nicely. Only 600 gold behind the offlaner of Varric is.
Radiant are scanning.
A Shy with one of his first major items now online. The Desolator is here. We'll see if that's going to be enough to try and sway the balance in the next coming team fight. I kind of don't think it is, not going to lie. It's still a long ways to go to make up for the difference. Like, there is 7,000 gold between these 2 carries at just 23 minutes into the game. Basically 2 items or a big item and a half. Smoke used up here. Bizz Gaming are on the hump. They do see the DK farming at the top, which could be where they're heading right now, but Austin's going to be there to break the smoke. Fur, I think he actually sees a lot of them as well. Jump forwards here. It looks like the line will be dying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do LeGioN Gaming fight into this one with the information? It looks like they will. They got the avalanche toss. Before everything on towards Ryoma. The Muck is dead. Wheeler Wonder used, but unfortunately the BKB just denies any kind of chase forwards. As Lewis just takes so much damage from the AoE. Arcana as well dies up towards the north side. And that's 3 people dead, all for the sake of a line. Make that 4 as they get the toss back on towards Arrakis as well. And now the base will start to crumble. No glyph available to stop this one.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is going to be at the very least 2 sets of barracks.
Radiant's middle,
Shiva's guard also now picked up here.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Absolutely crazy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
One good thing for Bizz is the fact that
Radiant structures
the
are
respawn timers are short, so they are at least back up. I don't know if they can really contest this top set of barracks. House can continue being into it. Okay, looks like they will pay respects and back off. Second Roche, it could potentially be up any second now, but it is still a minute and 15 seconds away. That might just be what is on the minds here of LeGioN Gaming. It's BKB actually in power. No, never mind. He's just going to get straight towards the high ground. Charges forwards, gets the stun. The right clicks do so much work. Arrakis will die. 1,000 damage crits just decimate them. Has to immediately buy back. But the BKB is run out here for the Dragon Knight. He will fall back off Ryoma. Very aggressive jump forwards. Immediately gets turned on, but the Aeon Disc will keep him alive. Will underused. Again, not really locked out into anybody as the Beastmaster just jumps into the back lines. They manage to take down one. Ryoma will eventually die after he kills the Phoenix. But it's a very minor change as Shy just gets caught out and killed. And that, my friends, feels like the end of the game. And they will call it GG. Well played is their 26-minute victory there going forward for LeGioN Gaming SA. And a much-deserved victory. They just really played it their all in this first game. There was a couple of times Bizz Gaming were able to get an advantageous fight, but for the most part, it did just feel like LeGioN were just in the right place at the right time. They made the correct moves again and again, and it just felt like it was just a downhill descent for Bizz. Like the bottom lane, it was just a constant fight, really, and they were just slowly getting whittled away. Sure, every now and again, LeGioN overextended and lost a life, but they made up for it by just continuing to kill this Kez. And unfortunately for Shy, he wasn't really ever able to become a serious contender in this game. He was just on the back foot for the entirety. And maybe they're kicking themselves for just neglecting Pat O'Donnell as well. Like, he was not touched in this top lane, free farming the entire time. And he was basically AFK. He was basically AFK, but Bizz Gaming either couldn't do anything about it or wouldn't do anything about it. Either way, it was the crux in the end. And that is obviously the first map here going forwards for LeGioN Gaming SA. And now Bizz could be the first team in the SA to take a loss, unless, of course, they are able to bounce back here in game number 2 and give us a full 3-game series. Only time will tell, guys. We're going to jump over to a short break, and we shall return to see if we can get that 3rd game. I'll see you soon. kills. He just had a slight lead in the CS, and you know, once he hit his power spike, he was using that with his team to great effect, and they were just constantly looking for kills in action, and it's how they were able to gain such a dominating lead in that first map. But now, Bizz Gaming, what is their response going to be? Second pick for them. Different from the previous game. I mean, they did have the Ringmaster, which, fortunately for them, couldn't really amount to too much. And the fact I feel like they played the Ringmaster as well as their 5, and if they only play the Ringmaster as a 5, it's not going to happen because they've already got the Chikiro. But unknown which direction they're going to go. They've got things like Clockwork in the pool, which they have played before as the 4, but nothing. Yeah, there's no like offlaners already out there for it to work with, and they don't know what like the lane matchup's going to be either. So we'll see. Already down to 10 seconds of reserve time. This is just like game number 1. They really did take their time on the bans and the picks at the very start of the draft. But they will get the Underlords. I think this was what they banned themselves in game number 1, so but they're able to snap it up now as an interesting change. It's relatively good versus the Wind Ranger. Catch stopper from just running around constantly on the Wind Run. You know, makes a little safe area, if you will. Good percentage-based damage versus the Tiny as well. And to be honest, just a general stable hero. Like, you can do some serious good work on this guy. And a Zeus also picked up here. Okay, very interesting. Potential mid Zeus, potential position 4. I can't remember what team it was, but the last time I actually saw Zeus played, it was actually as a carry 3 times in a row, and it did do very well all 3 games. It did end up losing the whole series, but the performance of the hero itself was fantastic. It was doing a lot of work, and Huskar immediately picked up here from LeGioN. I love this a lot. You got huge amounts of the magic damage resistance, which is just perfect versus a Chikiro and a Zeus. Even the percentage-based damage of the Underlord gets mitigated from this. And then if it is a Zeus mid, that mitigation helps a lot, so it's quite hard for the Zeus to harass him out. If it's an Underlord mid, the burning spears are just going to annihilate him, so it makes his life miserable. But there are still obviously 2 more picks that LeGioN Gaming, that Bizz Gaming, can do to try and deal with this Huskar pick. I think of what like mid lane they could potentially go to just try and shut this guy down. Oh, now what a classic combination! Dazzle Huskar. Wow, this is some like 2014 pub strat, and I love it. I love it a lot. This is what I used to roll with quite often because it's just fun. Like, what's more fun than Huskar who loves to be on 0 HP, running around with 0 HP and being immortal? It's good. There is still an axe in the pool, which Bizz Gaming could have potentially gone down, but considering how they already have the Underlord, it would have been a really awkward pick. So they've just had to ignore it. And Razor was grabbed instead. So either this is a Zeus mid, or potentially actually a Razor mid. Razor, I feel like, isn't a bad matchup versus the Huskar, in all honesty. Sure, you can take away all of his damage, and obviously your physical damage is improved so much that you could just burn through his resistances, but even if you drain all of Huskar's damage away, the burning spear stacks are still there, and they can just completely burn you through. But LeGioN actually do get rid of the sniper, so they are thinking this is a Razor carry instead. Pos 4 Zeus, Underlord in the offlane. Bizz Gaming decided to take away the Centaur though, as well as the Brewmaster. Being a pain immediately taken out. I mean, it does definitely look like it's an offlane for LeGioN. You know, Wind Ranger carry, Tiny 4, Dazzle 5, Huskar 2. Unless they're going to do something really crazy like put the Tiny back in towards the mid and then do like a position 3 Huskar, but that's going to be completely dependent on the carry matchup, which is potentially a Shadow Fiend. But I don't think Huskar wants to play up against either. Probably not going to be the Huskar in the off lane. Does feel like Razor mid, Zeus 4, Shadow Fiend carry with the Jakiro. I mean, you could do something like a Magnus here from LeGioN and do that real classic combo of like Avalanche, toss back into the Magnus, who skewers underneath the tower, and you can net 3 kills in the lane that way. And obviously against the Jakiro and Shadow Fiend, they're both extremely squishy, so they will just die every time from this. And they don't have any escape method, you know, no quick cap clearer. And it gives them some solid team fight, which they are kind of lacking right now. Like, they don't really have any team fight at all. So it fixes that problem, gives them some more control. It's a good lane. May struggle in terms of CS against the Shadow Fiends. It's a high risk, high reward play. If you're able to do this combo and get lots of kills, you're going to have a fun time. If for some reason the Tiny is always kept at arm's length and can never get on top of somebody to toss them back, then your life's just going to be super hard. Potentially what they are considering right now. Or are there any other picks that we're considering to go up against the Shadow Fiend? A Marcy pick. Interesting, interesting. Okay, it is once again Tiny in the mid. We have the Huskar as the off lane, going up against the carry Shadow Fiends, which is quite an interesting turn of events, I'm not going to lie. Araki is obviously on the position 3 Underlords. Ryoma is playing the Razor mid, sure. But on the Marcy. So yeah, you got the offlane Marcy with the Huskar. Which, to be honest, you know, Marcy being a natural gap closer, you can get on top of the Jakiro and the Shadow Fiend, bring them back, allow the Huskar to just wreck into them. And obviously a large portion of Shadow Fiend's damage early on is those raises, which, again, the Huskar is going to have a little bit of extra damage mitigation because of the Berserker's blood. But it is early days, so, you know, that's only going to have like a couple of point levels into it, and the damage resistance isn't going to be super high. It's interesting. I much prefer Bizz's draft this time round. I feel like they've got some really good damage. Their control maybe is still kind of lacking. They've got Ice Path and Pit of Malice. That is literally it. But then there's not a huge amount on LeGion's side either. You got Shackle Shot, Avalanche Toss, and then Marcy's Dispose and Rebound. So, I mean, there is a bit more on LeGion, but not like a significant amount. So, I'm unsure about how I'm actually going to be leaning here in this game number 2. We do have another pause straight away. Who is it disconnected this time round? It is 17 lies. So, yeah. Maybe just going off considering how the teams played in the last game, I would be tempted just to go in for LeGion Gaming SA. But I can see how this new draft from Bizz is actually going to work out quite well. You know, they've got strong frontliners, they've got strong damage. It just kind of depends how the lanes are going to start off and if they can actually gain a foothold, or whether we're just going to see another dominating run over here from LeGion Gaming. And to be honest, I feel like so much of this game is going to be pivotal on the success of this Huskar. If you shut down this Huskar and he has no game, I am really liking Bizz Gaming's chances. If the Huskar is able to have a good game and get like a couple of kills in lane, they're going to struggle like hell. So this top lane is going to be the one to look at, in my opinion. Could potentially just decide the fate of this entire match and potentially the whole series for the side of Bizz Gaming. So like I said, they're already one map down. one map away from getting the first loss of the tournament in a 2-0 fashion as well, which would not be good to morale. They're going to try their absolute best to avoid that possibility from happening. Just depends if LeGioN Gaming are going to give them that window of opportunity or not. The big choice. But I was saying, you know, losing the opening series, it's not the end of the world here in the CCT. Just means you can't afford to lose another game. Like, you will go down to the losers match, then you've got to win that one, then you're in the deciders match, which again you have to win. So literally the opening group stage for the CCT is you are allowed one loss, one series loss. That is it. You have a second one, you're out, you're gone, bye-bye. No more chances for you. So it's never a fun position to be in. And like I was saying earlier on as well, Bizz Gaming, they did partake in the previous tournament for, you know, SA Series 2, and they did lose in the opening phase. They lost 2 series in a row in a 2-1 fashion, which is something, but it's still, you know, getting knocked out of the tournament without really being able to show what you're worth. They're definitely going to be giving their all in this one. I love the look of LeGioN Gaming's draft right now. I love how it looks. It's one of those drafts where it can just absolutely stomp, or it's going to be abysmal. And again, it really does all rely on the back of this Huskar. If he gets shut down, I think Bizz is fine. In which case, I wouldn't be too surprised if, like game number 1, we see Arcana on the Zeus just go through that twin gate and really to spend quite a lot of his time in this top lane to try and give an advantage towards Shy. Didn't work out in game number 1. The Lion and Beastmaster combo was too strong, especially with a Phoenix on top. This time round, I feel like they're going to be in a much better position. Do have a long old pause, man. 17 issues. Must seriously be having 17 issues. I think I called him 17 lies earlier, and the names are getting so confusing. I hate in-game nicknames. It is my one burning passion. It really is. Like, I feel like if there's some kind of tournament play or whatever, the game should force remove nicknames, or actual names should be enforced to pop up on the screen rather than all this nickname crap. Makes my life so hard, guys. It really does. First world problems, honestly. What I'm living in. Terrible. Once again, 777 Retsu on the Tiny. Had a very good game in the last one. But this time versus Ryoma's Razor, which is definitely going to be a bit more of a challenge to deal with. Yeah, the stag links are going to be a big issue. Like, the Tiny will have to use an avalanche every single time just to try and gain some space. It'll allow him to back out. And as already everybody knows, the mana sustain for a Tiny is not very good. But the stag link is far more spammable. They're asking, hurry up. 1 more minute, they say, on the side of SA LeGioN, or LeGioN SA. Do we believe them? I hope so. There's nothing worse than being stuck in an endless pause. We've all felt it in our pub games. You just sat there, you want to play Dota, somebody leaves, so you have to disconnect. And I'm an honourable person. If somebody leaves, I will pause, I will wait. Not really anybody else does. There's always going to be people unpausing, but feels only fair. Just funny how it was Fur, obviously, that disconnected in game 1, and now it's 17 issues. I don't think he's given any actual excuse as to why this is going on. Hopefully it's nothing too significant. Oh, it looks like he might be in. He's back at least. Let's just pray he doesn't re-disconnect. And they've not said go yet, so he might still be... You know, the game said he's reconnected, but he might not have actually reconnected. It lies like that sometimes. I can't remember what team it was in the previous tournament, but one player literally had to run to an internet cafe to try and carry on playing because his internet literally just completely died. So fortunately we're not going to have that issue as the game is unpaused. Woohoo! Let's jump on him. Alrighty. At last, we have a game. Will we have the same start as... No! No, don't do it to me! Why do this? Just another disconnect. Oh no. Well, it definitely seems like he's having some kind of connection issues. Alright, he's rejoining again. Please stay, Mr. 17 Issues. Please stay. Oh, he immediately disconnected again. Oi. Oi. I think he needs to perform a write on his router. Glue a little bit of parchment to it, you know. Praise the Omnissiah. Get that thing working. I mean, he's still not actually been connected long enough to buy any items. Like, he's got nothing. Okay, he's back again. 4th time's the charm. Okay. I'm literally just waiting for him to disconnect again. I'm just watching him. I could see it happening. That's what it is, though. Very happy about this. And it looks like Bizz maybe gonna try and capitalize on this confusion. Already going for a relatively early 5-man smoke. None of them are going to break, though. Very close there, as Fur was nearly in the right spot, but going to allow Bizz to wrap around the side. Austin could be the one to break the smoke.
30 seconds.
Bizz now full on invade him. This will break, Fur. Doesn't really turn around too soon. Plasma field will connect. There's just no stuns. There's no control. They do a little bit of damage, but that is literally it. They all just run away. And it looks like they're going to be able to secure the top 2 bounty rooms. They actually go for a smoke themselves here on the side of Legion Gaming. Maybe they're going to try and find a kill onto whoever comes up towards this top right. It is going to be Shy running through the jungle. But nobody else actually heads this way, so it looks like he's going to get past here unmolested. Could have been a huge big brain play. Instead, it looks like the 2 supports are actually hiding mid still. Maybe they want to go for a quick kill on towards Ryoma. It's going to run straight on in. Tosses the tree forwards to slow him down. There is going to be the poison touch. Exposed backwards, and Ryoma, he's just dead. Even able to give the first blood as well over towards the Tiny. But the supports have got to get back to their respective lanes, otherwise they're, of course, they're supposed to be babysitting and going to have a really rough time. But as it stands, really good way to start the lane. Ryoma basically loses out on a full lane's worth of creeps. Lots of money for the Tiny. It's a real feels good moment. Oh, the poison touch got refreshed! Arcana has to just TP back to his tower and as a result. Poison touch, what a crazy ability. Oh! I missed that, but up top. Shakira does go down. Wait, someone else using a... Is he using a nickname now, or has there literally been a stand-in for the Jakiro mid-game? What the hell? Am I tripping? I'm sure think I'm just getting confused. So far, Shy having a pretty decent time in this top lane. 11-2 versus the 8-1 here of 17 issues. Oh, jump forwards. Gonna try and get aggressive. Actually, looks like they're just gonna try and turn it around on towards 17 issues himself. And now Fur, he's just gonna die to the right click, so they will be able to survive. And now 17 issues comes back through, chucks down the spears on towards the Chikiro. 8 stacks. Does some good damage, but it's actually only level 1 on the Burning Spears. If you had the second point, that could have been enough to get the kill, but obviously you wouldn't have had the damage reduction of the Berserker's Blood. Good save there from Fur. But this is the problem when you got a double range lane like a Shadow Fiend and a Chikiro. They can just do such easy damage. Very, very hard to contend with that. Meanwhile, this mid, 17-5 right now. 277 Tetsu versus the 16-1 of the Rays of Ryoma. Basically even. It's probably only that first one making a difference. Up top, Shy once again being gone on, but the Razes, they do so much damage. They're gonna get the kill before he does die. He does obviously still die in the end. And now Fur, he can't do too much as Shakira getting very close to his base, but I think he'll do some good damage. Remember, just continuing to poke as well until Retsu in the mid. Down bottom, Arakiz. Looks like he's going to go down. Pado able to get that one. Unfortunately, nothing that Arcana could do to save Arakiz.
That would be a tribute.
I'm not really able to get into significant advantage of these lanes. 9 CS separating top and bottom, which 5 minutes in, not really a significant rift by any means. All quite in a similar spot. But just a very slight advantage at this stage, I would say, for LeGioN SA. It looks like they've kind of given up on being too aggressive with this top lane for now as well on their side. And it's obviously been brought low on the Huskars, never knows. Like I was saying, if he has a good time, they'll probably end up having a nice uphill climb on the side of LeGioN. But if 17 issues does get shut down, it's just going to be so hard for them to recover. They are being quite cautious that does not happen. Meanwhile, mid, 6-minute runes, does end up being a haste rune up top. With all the supports rotating on in, it will be secured there for Retsu. It looks like he might be using this head up towards top. It is a haste rune.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, obviously the call is there that this move's coming their way. So Ehai and Shy just walk out of there and yeah, nothing they can do to stop it. Arakiz looking like he's basically having to jungle at this stage, off towards the right side. It's not feeling comfortable enough reads as to stay in the Lingus Plateau. Meanwhile, lots of people travel up towards the top as they do manage to get this jump on towards 17 issues. Third just jumps back on him, maybe trying to go for some sneaky play, but ends up being a good gank there from Bizz. Like I was saying, they're focusing the hero they need to focus at the start of this one. It looks like Austin's actually just going to stay up towards the top now. He's level 5 on this Dazzle, by the way. He's been a very greedy boy this game. Now Hi in danger. Running away, Austin though, just going to dive past. They got the poison touch, jump forwards there with the help of Fur. This Jakiro is dead. Somehow Fur sort of gets the kill credit. Looks like it was 17 issues that actually attacked last, but somehow the game doesn't work out that way. Oh, good find here from the Tiny up towards the top. Arakiz looking like he's surrounded by 4 heroes. And he will die, making sure they give the kill as well over towards 17 issues. Look like Arakiz came through the Twin Gate to save Shy and then just end up running straight in towards Retsu, gets tossed back and then brings him low. And TP's back mid.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're just constantly keeping the Dazzle up top now with 17 issues. They know that he's going to be a potential like prime targets. They want to give him the most safe pairing they can, which is going to be Austin. Speaking of, now getting caught, several heroes on top of him. There will be the Shallow Grave, keep him alive for a little bit longer, but unfortunately it's not going to keep him alive for that long. As there's too many people around him, bring it low, and I'm pretty sure it's still only a level 1 Shallow Grave. Needs to put some points on that one, but a bit of retaliation in the boss. They do get kills for Zara. Kids Ryoma comes on through. Will be able to kill Pato before drop him. Also, Fur gets taken out. Can Retsu get any kind of retaliation? No, Ryoma's just too damn strong, it feels. A Plasma Field gets his kill! And an Ultra kill comes on out for the Razor. Literally puts himself in a 1-3-3 situation and brings him down. Now Austin dived underneath the tier 1 tower. He has Shallow Grave. Going for the TP, but there's just going to be an easy counter to stop that one from happening. It's just a +1 there as Bizz gets him killed. 17 issues does jump on forwards there to at least get one grab himself. But first, got to be careful he's not too over-aggressive. Arcana, poke from behind. Pat Donald tries to get the shackle on towards Shy. It's not going to land. Will just TP down from the low ground. There's no cancel. Comes in too late. Chaotic response. If you actually look at the graph, it shows it's a 5-3 trade. This is just crazy. But at least it gives us the full rundown of the gold, which apparently is 1100 gold into the advantage of Bizz and 1200 experience as well. So a sizable chunk of just 10 minutes into this game, which they will gladly take.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has
Again, looks like 17 issues.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's going to be in danger. Arcana finds him, tries to run away. Can he get the kill? No, he will not. Just another one there for Ryoma. 5-1-0 in this Razor right now. Really is turning out to be the perfect pick for them in this game number 2. Sure, the score does say 8 for 8, only less than 1k gold advantage for Bizz, but just in terms of like momentum and presence, it definitely feels like Bizz Gaming are in the driver's seat here. It's precisely where they need it to be. Gaben is already giving them a 74% win probability as well. What the hell? Already a 3-for-1 favorites in this game. fight for the 12-minute rune. Just turned up being at the bot lane.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Rima,
bottom tower is
looked
under
like his
attack.
first main item is actually going to be a Crimson Guard. Very good versus the Wind Ranger, for sure. Like, she pops her ultimate and all of a sudden she's doing 0 damage, so it really does put her in an awkward spot. Blade Mail completed there. Mask of Madness for the Shadow Fiend as well, so Shy gets a little bit of extra farming speed for himself. O'Donnell. About to have a Maelstrom. Definitely be a significant damage increase for himself once he gets that. Constant heroes mid here from Bizz. Really are trying to defend this tier 1 tower. Even Shy getting involved. Austin. Danger. Can he heal his way through this one? Didn't even end up casting Shadow Wave.
Radiant's middle tower
Whoops.
has fallen.
I don't think it would have mattered. I think he was pretty dead either way, but ends up being a kill and the tower there for Shy. He'll gladly take it. An invasion of the triangle area incoming here from Bizz. Where 17 Issues is farming it up, but it looks like the majority of them are going to get stolen away. It looks like they will. The 3 big ones gone just like that. Shy gets all of them, so all that work there by the Huskars for literally nothing. And they're just going to continue to hunt. Thinking he's in this area, they drop down the wall, they're going to see him. This is for the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine as well. Blink coming out onto 17 Issues. Sentry Ward play spots 2 Observer Wards with 1 Sentry. Easy money, trying to get the grab onto Wither Room. Quick jump in from 17 Issues, is dead! Nice, slow down quickly. The Shadow Grave, it came onto Fur rather than their offlaner, but does it in the back lines. They get the stab on towards Shy, so he will die. So far, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Huddling around this sort of low ground area. There will be the Shackle, lands on towards Arakiz, disposed into Tower Ridge, and he will die. The other 2 members of Bizz just have to disengage and go back to farming. A chaotic fight. 2-for-3 exchange. Wisdom Shrine was actually secured by the by Austin. Oh, actually, it doesn't even end down bottom. 17 Issues. Gets a bit of retaliation there on towards the Zeus and brings him down. Immediately go for a smoke as well. Trying to use this Blink Dagger pickup for the Huskars best they possibly can. Quick jump. On towards the Razor, Rima caught out, Blade Mail used. Shadow Grave already there on towards the Huskar, and that's going to be enough to get the kill. Pig's kill streak as well goes over towards 17 Issues, so this Huskar's really starting to get a cash injection. And he was falling off quite fast, so it's balancing him back out. The only core who's still struggling is actually Arakiz on the Underlord. 5,000 gold net worth, and that is it to his name. Oh, quick link away. Does avoid potential death there. 60-minute rune. He's going to be in the bot, and it's an arcane.
Every coin helps.
You'd love to grab that as a Zeus, but you know you just have to give it away to the Euro mid. And a smoke actually from 3 members of Bizz. It was underneath an Observer Ward though, so they know this is happening. And you can see immediately 17 Issues just bugs on out, goes to the Twin Gate. It's like, there's no point being down it. Instead, it looks like they're going to try and go for a kill once Arakiz. Ryan shut down this Underlord some more.
Radiant are scanning.
Maze is found.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
It'll be a trade-off from the tier 1 tower at the bot lane, but I don't think they really care on the side of LeGioN. They probably would love to have an opportunity to go Roche as well, which they might be thinking about now. I mean, Underlord is still dead, obviously, for 15 seconds, but he can get involved at a moment's notice. He actually dropped the Thunder God's Wrath just in case that was going on. Down bottom. Oh, he's just going to run at Shy. Requiem used, find some space. They even use the Pit of Malice. All this control. It's just nothing that Pato could do. A very ambitious attempt at a solo play on towards Shy, but he just goes into the trees, pops the ulti, in comes the Underlord as backup, and they just bring down the enemy carry. Very nicely done. This is obviously a small window here for LeGioN to go into Roche. And it looks like there's nothing that can be done from Bizz here to contest this one. And it feels like this first Aegis is an extremely important one here for 17 issues. They've got to get some work done with this. I don't think it should be a sit back and farm Aegis, which sometimes you have to do. This time round, he wants to carry on being aggressive and look for action. And obviously, having a Aghanim Scepter queued up as your next item is just an obvious tell for that. I'll be thinking about pushing this top tier 2. There's quite a few members of Bizz nearby. The fight does come their way. Might try and defend it. Immediate jump on towards the Shadow Fiend. He shows himself, just gets destroyed. He's dead. Shadow Grave will keep the Huskar alive for as long as possible. Quickly heals up. Ryoma's actually going to come through the gate and try and take this fight. First life is gone. Austin now going to get run out here, but he's just going to be safe. Walks himself away. The re-engagement from the Tiny and Huskar. They bring him down. Cost of life a third there with the Thunder God's Wrath. But they do not care. Aegis and a support for all 3 cores on Bizz Gaming, and very likely to be a tier 2 tower as well. Actually hunting for more. Retsu tries to get the grab on towards the Zeus, not going to find him. Instead, looks like they're going to settle for the Chikira kill. They're just going to dive into the base. This is extremely greedy and dangerous when they should really just be killing buildings. But they're not punished for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they might try and go back for the tier 2s. Glyph was already used. Arrakis has already TP'd to the bot, so yeah, 17 issues should just be able to take down this top tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower is under
And just like that, huge amounts of gold going into the hands of LeGioN. 2.3k advantage, 4.2 thousand experience as well. Absolutely colossal. And yeah, the Aghanim Scepter for 17 issues is now only 1100 gold away. And then whoever he finds is pretty much dead. Unless there's going to be some huge support from behind. There's not much they can do to save him. Was it a 3-second taunt? Yeah, 3 seconds. A long old time, especially once you have like a Tiny there as well, with a Wind Ranger who, to be honest, we've not seen a huge amount coming out from Pat O'Donnell this game. He's very much just been AFK farming, doing his own thing. Obviously that will change as he gets his BKB, I assume, in about 700 gold. But there is going to be a free shard for Fur. Guiding Greaves isn't too far away for the Dazzle as well. It's an extra form of protection there for everybody. Meanwhile,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
there is a Aghanim Scepter now online for the Huskar. Fiend's Gate. It's the bottom part of the map. I think it was just to try and provide a scare tactic against for Shy there. Keep him nice and safe. Meanwhile, Red 2, gotta be careful. Haste Rune though will mean he's fine.
Dire's top tower is
He's really playing with them at maximum distance, but he's getting caught here. Instead, in comes reinforcements. 17 issues from behind, taunt on towards Ryoma. Hex up as well. Control jumping over with the stun there of Marcy. And eventually will go down. The shallow grave doing so much work. Will not get the kill on towards 17 issues. Arakid's getting low. He wants the backbone to Donald with a good shackle on towards Shy. Trying to bring down the SF. Hurricane Pike to get him to the high ground. Oh, good little dodge in the trees here. Oh, it finds him. And he did. The avalanche was just there. It hits him perfectly. But Shy's just hiding. He's stuck in the trees. I think they see him. The high ground vision of Austin. He does. He just jumps up and gets a kill as a result. Oh, that's got to be a hard way to die there for Shy. But now this is looking extremely scary here for the side of Bizz. 14,000 gold behind. This Huskar, who was looking pretty damn dire for a while, was now all of a sudden top farm core. Just doing so much work. And to be honest, this is all from the Dazzle Pit. Shallow Grave has just kept him alive in so many situations now, which allows him to kill people. Like, Austin has to be a primary target. They gotta kill him, otherwise there's just nothing they can really do about this Huskar.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, Blink forward, toss back on towards the Razor, caught by the shackles as well. Ryoma, Corvus pants down. Arakid maybe have committed himself to a very awkward fight as Pao just BKBs charges forward, gets the kill in the middle of the base. Now the Chikiro in an awkward spot. That shackle somehow lands deep. Meanwhile, dive by the tier 3s. 17 issues just in. Shy gets 4-star forwards. He's trying to get a kill at least on towards the Tiny, but it's just not going to happen. There was 2 buybacks available. Finally they come out and it does manage to get a kill on towards the Tiny. But it doesn't really matter, they've lost several heroes. This is going to be a full set of barracks in the mid. We'll see if they can try and go for more towards the top. Actually, they're just going for tier 4s. Very ambitious. Razor is respawning. Underlord and Chikiro only a couple of seconds away themselves. Okay, aggressive blink past the tier 4s. Just a free kill on towards the Zeus. And now the Razor trying to do what he can. There is going to be the shallow grave. Tension Issues is most likely dead though, or is he? He's just going to try and burst heal through all of this, but it's not going to be enough. He does still die. Pato as well trying to TP out, but the damage of the spears is still able to kill the Razor, and he cancels his TP, stands and fights from Pato. But it looks like that's going to be the end of the engagement here as Shy has now respawned. And to be honest, a bit of a punish there, saying, why are you hitting our tier 4s? It's a bit dumb. It does cost the life of their Huskar, but still a sizable lead here for the side of LeGioN.
Every coin helps.
Are there any sort of major items that they have queued up, which is going to be a big help here? Shy is trying to go for a Silver Edge. Having the break against the Huskar is going to be huge. Get rid of that Berserker's Blood, and then all of a sudden he's taking a lot of magic damage, which will be very nice. Ryoma is trying to build a BKB. Still like 2,000 gold away though. The big old chunk of money.
Double damage.
And then Arakiz
Illusion.
feels like all he hopes he can build is get a shard apparently. Trying to grab on towards Redsu here in the jungle. He's just going to disengage, not too worried. Pato coming forward with an amplified damage route. He's going to focus immediately on towards the Razor. Shackle's controlled in place. He needs some help. He's going to be able to get it in time. He manages to retreat just about to keep himself alive. But 17 issues, he now jumps on in. Stuck between two heroes like Shallow Great Be Pleased. Now he's going to turn. The damage is there on towards the Razor. He will die. 17 issues is just stuck and dead, trying to run away at all times, but just can't do it. Arakiz still alive somehow to the south side as Pato is just going to try and poke on towards the Chikiro. Ice Path locks him down, but in comes the Tiny. Avalanche toss on towards the 2, and everybody is dead there on the side of Bizz. 3 buybacks available. This most likely could be the top set of barracks unless they're going to be crazy and go for tier 4s again. They're very wisely not. Bizarre.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A tier 2 still standing in the bot lane at the very least there for Bizz.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, put his body in there. Really wants to just defend the sets of barracks, but he just dies. I think he was thinking he was a lot more powerful than he actually was, and that was a huge punish. Okay, now Arik he's going to try his own solo attempts. He wants at least some reinforcements from the supports. Not enough to actually get any kills though. Looks like they pay respect to that on the side of SA, and they will fall back, or will they? Shackles up towards the north side, lands on towards Arik. Dropping down the pit, Pato taking a lot of damage here. 4-star forwards, toss back as well on towards Ehi. He will fall too. Double kill there for the Wind Ranger. He just has no fear on this guy. He's just really running at people with no HP. Just like saying, yeah, my dazzle will keep me alive. Meanwhile, Retsu gets the +1. The Huskars respawn, he's here, and they're going to start working on the tier 4s. No Underlord or Shadow Fiend here. It's just going to be up to Razor, the 2 supports, because a buyback on the Chikiro is most likely necessary. Immediate Shadow Grave. 17 issues, just going to stand his grounds. Taking a lot of damage. They're actually a kill onto Pato Donald there, but doesn't really matter, as it's not going to make a difference. The GG has been called, and it is LeGioN Gaming SA that are able to get the first series win here for the SA region of the CCT in a 2-0 fashion as well. Unfortunately for Bizz Gaming, just not able to gain a foothold in this series, or at least a single map. Very unfortunate for themselves. But they will obviously still have a second chance in the losers bracket, or the losers match of the group stage. But even still, fantastic series there from LeGioN. It just, the first game was, even though there was actually a 3-minute difference in GG, it feels like they were 2 very different games. Game number 1, like I say, was very dominating by LeGioN. This time round from Bizz, they were able to put the hurt. They effectively shut down the Huskar, but then somehow 17 issues was able to get a couple of kills in a row. And then he had his blink, and then he had his Ags, and then people were just dying. And then the Dazzle, to be honest, was always behind him, keep him alive for as long as he possibly could, which allowed him to do even more damage. And yeah, there's a reason it is one of like the classic combos in Dota 2. And it just works. It really does work. Unless you have something like an axe, you're going to get screwed over every time. And unfortunately for Bizz Gaming, because they had the Underlord, they couldn't go back for the axe, and maybe they drafted themselves into a corner there, who knows. But either way, congratulations to LeGioN Gaming SA for getting that first victory and putting themselves in the winners matchup, which will be tomorrow. And Bizz Gaming, like I was saying, have been knocked down, but they've got to win their next 2 series in a row. No more second chances to be able to make it through to the playoffs here in the CCT SA region. That, ladies and gentlemen, though, is just our first series of the day. We do have a second one coming up for you guys, but there is going to be a slightly longer wait, because obviously the game is still an hour away before it is scheduled. That is going to be E-Star Backs versus Earth Gaming as well. So do make sure you come back in about an hour's time, guys. You know, go play some pubs, go eat some food, do whatever the hell you want, but make sure you return for more CCT action. I'll see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
Or scanning.
it's feeling on the day. But I'm quite eager to see how it's going to perform here in this series. As E-Star backs. What are they going to potentially grab here? As their opening pick. And it is going to be the Mars. Interesting grab indeed. Still plenty of other heroes like combo with Mars, you know, in quite a classic sense. Things like the Dark Willow. Phoenix obviously is a big one, but that has actually already been banned out by E-Star backs themselves. Tusktail out, as well as the Huskar. Although most of the time you only ever see Huskar picked in like response to something else if the game's just looking really good, so clearly it's just something Earth Gaming are going to be particularly afraid about coming forwards. Even a LeGioN ban here from E-Star backs, and then an Ancient Apparition. Definitely a hero you do not see all too often in the world of Dota 2 anymore. Used to just be like the most standard POS 5 grab ever. Just fantastic in basically all situations. Is a relatively decent counter to just their AoE healing coming out from Largo. So we'll see how well that is actually going to play a factor in this game. I've always liked playing AA. You're very squishy, you can die quite easily, but you always have impact. Like, it's a very, very strong ultimate that he has. All just depends if you can land it. And to be honest, with the Mars, it does make it a lot easier, especially if you've launched your ulti from far enough away. Pretty much comes the whole size of the Mars arena itself, and then it just lands on so many people. Looking for their next pick here from Earth Gaming. Still high contend heroes like the Tiny in the pool, which could be the way they go down. Potentially Ringmaster could be a way to go, as it is a good save versus whoever gets speared from the Mars arena or something like that. And there you go, Ringmaster does appear. Obviously with the Willow pick as well, it does look like it's locked the Largo in to be a core position. And maybe the Dark Willow as well was a potential like banning pick, if you were, because like I was saying, it's a pretty decent combination with the Mars in general. So they wanted to play it, they've taken it, potentially out the hands of E-Star backs as well. Forms multiple services doing that, so I like it. Now E-Star backs. Where do they want to go with this one? Really are giving it some good thought. I don't want to rush on into any awkward spots. I mean, if they know that their Ancient Apparition is going to be their 5, and they kind of know what their off-lane matchup is going to be now of like the Largo Dark Willow, maybe you wouldn't feel too bad about grabbing your carry now, purely because you know the matchup. There it is, and you haven't got last pick of the draft anyway, so yeah, it's going to be a Sven POS 1 coming on out from E-Star backs, paired up with the Ancient Apparition. It is a combo that works quite well. You know, the Stormhammer stun basically enables the Cold Feet to proc. And then a Moeta picked up, so that's going to be the 4 to go with the Mars in the off lane. So leaving their mid as the final pick by the looks. Unless it's going to be some absolute crazy meta like a AA mid, which would be pretty funny. It'd be pretty interesting as well. It used to be a thing way back when, but yeah, not something you see at all often. It's extremely rare, so it's not going to happen. The 4th pick here to come out from Earth Gaming. They don't have the overall last pick. The V-Star backs will have that going forwards. Do they go for their mid or do they go for their carry? That's the question. I guess the carry because you know the matchup. It is going to be the Shadow Fiends. I mean, you will struggle if God Strength Sven gets on top of you. He's just going to do a ridiculous amount of damage, and most likely the Shadow Fiend will just get obliterated. But at least you do have the, the potential heals from the Largo if he's not counted out by the Ancient Apparition, and you'll also have the Ringmaster with the Escape Act save just to get you out of danger as well, which doesn't feel too bad. But both teams after the mid, and E-Star backs here with the slight advantage of the last pick, might be able to get themselves in a slightly more favourable position. Storm, Ever Spirit Puck removed. Could potentially see the Storm Spirit get taken out here. Queen of Pains, another high contended mid laner. There goes the Storm. I would assume Queen of Pain, and then it's kind of going to force Earth Gaming to go for some kind of ranged mid laner, because otherwise E-Star backs could just respond with a Timbersaw, with a Monkey King, something like that, and basically just get a free win in the lane. So they are going to be kind of limited about what they can aim for here. But I feel like E-Star backs, wherever they ban, should probably be, some kind of range-based mid. Maybe a Leshrac? Leshrac's not too bad. Can they actually get rid of the Slardar? Alright. Definitely fearing like a kind of in-your-face mid laner here. F gaming though, 45 seconds of reserve time in their back pocket. Not going to be rushed into this by any means. I think really give this some good thinking. I don't think we're going to see anything like an Invoker. Yeah, the Invoker's not calling out to me in this one. I'd say a Lesh still isn't too bad. The physical damage with the Sven can be a big problem, but I mean, if you go for like a Ghost Scepter or something like that, it'll make you feel a bit better. But Primal Beast is actually going to be the hero of choice here. Okay. So now E-Star backs Timbersaw's pretty decent, I feel. I don't see anything wrong with Timber. Does some good damage against the Shadow Fiend later on as well. You got damage to the Dark Willow, which is in Shadow Realm. It's going to have a decent lane versus the Primal Beast. I feel like it's a fine matchup versus the Largo as well later on. And it's just another big, like tanky, frontline, super beefy hero just to sort of pair up with the Mars and the Sven. Then you just got 3 cores, which are all extremely durable, which could be quite hard to deal with. But instead of seeing that, we actually get the Void Spirit to come on out from E-Star backs instead. That is going to be Slatum's mid laner. Take obviously on the Sven, and then BSK taking the Mars into the off lane. That's all relatively predictable. And then we do have the carry Shadow Fiend, mid Primal Beast, off lane on Largo as well. So everybody basically in the roles that we were expecting there, no insane switcheroos. So looking at these, who am I going to be favouring? That is quite a tough question, I feel, looking at these drafts. I could see it going either way. I feel like the mid lane matchup is really... I feel like the Primal Beast is actually quite happy with how this has gone. Like going up against the Void Spirit. He's not going to be having too much of an issue there at all. So the only problem is maybe when you're trying to go for like a trample kind of thing, that if the Remnant can pull you to the side and disjoint, but then you can just like onslaught forwards. I don't know. I feel like Knighton's got a decent matchup there in the mids. I feel like I prefer the Sven matchup against the Shadow Fiend later on in the game for sure. Once like it's just purely the physical damage and the magic damage aspect doesn't really mean too much. It's hard. It's really hard here. I feel like I'm probably gonna go. lean over towards E-Star backs. That's how I feel. I feel like it's not really a massive draft difference by any means, but I'm just going to kind of base it off the experience of the players to really make up a big difference here. And maybe that's just going to be my big view on which way I'm going to lean. But yeah, it's by no means I'm thinking that one is just going to get completely smashed out. It's the skill-based draft, guys. That's how I'm feeling. Unless, of course, you guys want to tell me in the chat that I'm completely wrong, and you think this is the most one-sided game you've ever seen in your entire lives. I'd be fine to hear that, you know? Normally with my co-casters, I am told I'm wrong on the daily, so that's fine. I can take it, guys. I can take constructive criticism. But it doesn't matter, because the game is now here. We are underway. Sadly, both teams going in completely different directions, so not going to be seeing a level 1 fight. Actually re-smoking here from Earth Gaming to wrap all the way around, go through their triangle, then invade the Radiant side, where they might just get treated to an engagement, because there's quite a few members of E-Star backs in the general vicinity. Knight holding onto this high ground, wanting to break smokes, but they're going to go even further around to that, where there is Pake holding another high ground to break smokes. Always breaks first. Will just catch a glimpse of the Sven to the south. But he's just too fast, too far. Oh. Yeah, the Mitchie, he's actually going to get caught instead. A couple of stuns thrown on out, but it's not going to make a difference. The AA will die. Porty as well getting the first blood. Perfect state of affairs there for Earth Gaming, getting that big ticket kill onto your mid lane of all heroes as well. Carry, sorry. I'm just so used to old style meta. Just default him to carry. Now, of course, he was the carry. I knew, guys. I knew. I'm not that bad. And so already taking a few pokes here from Yadamichi in the bot lane. Fellow, we're going to try and do what he can to harass backwards, but Chilling Touch is some easy free damage. Go from the stun as well there from Pake. Taking some good hits. Fantasy will obviously pull him back there with the catchy lick. They really need to change the name of this skill. I hate it. I hate it so much. Catchy lick. What the hell is that about? This is where game designers, they're all just like, we've been made to make so many different heroes now.
I know what when I see
It's too much.
an alternative.
Oh, mid. Nalton. Taking a lot of beef here from Slatums at the start of this one. I was kind of saying I was going to be favouring the Primal Beast into this matchup, but Slatum showing that he's the one who wants this hero in this situation, working out well. Meanwhile, down bottom, more people very low. So much damage coming from several different lanes. Fantasy will be able to make it to the safety of his tower. Takes a heck of a lot of damage in return, though. Mid CS 10 and 6 for Slatums against the 7 and 0 of Nitons. So he's denied a creep and a half, like a whole lane's worth, sorry. 1.5 of them. Just take it away from Niton. Obviously, it doesn't completely remove the XP, but it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. So far, all the CS actually in the favour of E-Star backs thus far. Not like a huge difference, but it's actually double CS for the safe laners. Oh, I say that does change, but it's close enough. Slayams, I'm sure, was looking to get a lovely pullback there underneath the tower to get some free damage over towards Knighton, but doesn't work out that way for him. You know, double range now, putting their work to good use. Knight takes a lot of damage there, but does still get back to the safety of his tower.
Fortified.
Close to 4 minutes in, we've had a lot of harassing, a lot of fights going on, like all the lanes. But still no one to die since minute 0. This feels like vastly different to the series we saw earlier on today, where it was just fighting happening all over the place and people dying left, right and center. But we might be having a death here. Remnant, lovely pullback. Just about lands, allows Slaytums to get that kill. Just like saying, we've not seen anybody die. But you get gifted, and he does die. Slaytums really is showing why he wanted this void mid. Obviously, this was heavily set up by the rotation from Knight for sure. But even so, if it works, it works. It was mainly just Pake leading the way in terms of CS. 32-4 on this guy against just the 20-1 of Fantasy. A sizable lead, but not like Largo's been completely dominated out this lane. He's still finding the bits and drabs coming his way. New RTP up top, so they're actually going on towards the SF, and Porty brought low. Fantastic rotation comes in there from Yadamich. He sets up, and then unfortunately the TPM from Falloway just came a little bit too late to make any difference. Another kill there towards E-Star, and obviously being the big tick item of the SF as well. Severely punishing for the side of Earth Gaming. It's like Knight and Falloway having a little duel by the Roche bit. Brambles will connect, Slaytums coming over, has his level 6 as well, jump straight past, so much damage! Gets the free kill on towards 1, trying to get for the +1 of Dylan's, he's going to get them both! Double kill for Slaytums! And Nilsson trying to run, but unfortunately enough for him, Astral Step still on cooldown. He will get out of there, but now this is starting to look a little bit dicey here for Earth Gaming. Started off very well, and now it's just been 4 kills in a row, 2k gold advantage, 6.5 minutes in here. Nilsson trying to set up for something sneaky, perhaps. Just wants 1 creep to die, and he has his level 6. It's going to take a long time to die, though, because the catapult is hitting it. He's waiting. He couldn't wait any longer. He got bored.
Dire are scanning.
You might never recover.
Oh, dive into the tower. Just using the Astral Step charge while he has it on Slaytums. Look how much damage like Nilton's taken. That was literally just like 2 seconds of hitting. He was put down to like a 3rd HP. Has to hide underneath the tower. Slaytums literally tanking up the tower hits himself just to keep the catapult alive. And Falloway has to TP in to help defend this one. Otherwise, this tier 1 tower is going down 8 minutes into the game. Console forwards. Over to the side, not going to land. Immediate silence though as Knight rotates in to help out his mid laner. They get the kill. Fantastic use as well of the dead shot to hit on towards 2, but Slaytums will actually still die. Not too bad of a trade there. Quick chuck out from Yadamich. He's probably going to lose his life, but he did take someone down with him. And Knight finishes off the tower. A chaotic fight, a 2-for-2 exchange, but with the tier 1 tower going down. According to the graph, Golden Experience do favour Earth Gaming, but that's not taken into account the increased sort of map presence that they now have on the side of E-Star Bucks.
are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Although top of the net worth is all 3 cores on the side of E-Star Bucks. So dive on towards Dylan. Down and brought low underneath the tier 1 tower. Not going to be enough damage here to try and actually take down the building itself, I don't think. It's far too healthy for that. I need a few more bodies before they're able to actually bring down that on its own. Or at least the catapult, which still isn't here. The Slayers doesn't care. He's like, I've come for this tower. I will not leave without this tower. Just takes a bit of work. That's all. But poor, he moving himself all the way into the jungle on this SF. Just feels it's the only place he can safely farm. Can't even fault him for that one. For 700 gold, and he will have the Mask of Madness coming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nilton on the Beastmaster. Doesn't have anything... Well, Beastmaster, sorry, Primal Beast. I do this all the time. He doesn't have anything cute, but I'm assuming it's going to be a Blink Dagger for him. Just to be able to get the immediate grab on towards, you know, the backlines. Probably annihilate the supports on his own if he has this item.
Dire are scanning.
A 4k gold advantage right now for E-Star Bucks. Feeling very comfortable. And Pake has just been completely left to his own devices at the spot. Just been happily free farming away. 5.5k. Having a very fun time with himself. I thought for a second that was a a butterfly he had queued then, which I thought was going to be crazy, but of course it's just an Echo Saber. Big and old builds. Hasn't been made that way in years. Sort of. It is, but oh well. Well, 11 minutes in. Definite sort of lead here for E-Star Bucks. Taking down 2 towers. They're carrying free farm. Birth Gaming still in a relatively okay position for the Shadow Fiend and the Lager. I mean, the Shadow Fiend definitely is trailing behind that of the Sven. But the main person who needs assistance is Nilton on this Primal Beast. Like, he actually had quite a rough lane. He has a BKB queued up as his first main item, which is certainly going to help him actually stick on top of people, avoid, you know, the arena, the spear, the ghosts, the storm hammers, the remnants, all that stuff that actually stops him from doing what the hell he wants to do. But he is just trying to farm up as fast as he possibly can. I guess the only problem is if you went for the Blink Dagger, is it obviously gives you no stats. So it puts you into a very awkward spot.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Two-man smoke invading into Dire Jungle. Looks like they will find Dylan, who is not long for this world. Nice snipes him from afar. And just basically trying to assert themselves and saying, this is our jungle. not yours anymore. So really the only thing Earth Gaming can do is try and take over the Radiant one if possible. But even then, they don't really feel too comfortable doing that. Fallaway's just trying to get in there, maybe put down some vision for somebody to come on in.
Just another bounty.
I think he was spotted by an Observer Ward himself. We have to be careful. Could be some people coming his way.
You are a true friend.
A couple of awkward pauses. Slatums. Not entirely sure what the Void's building next, unless he has something coming out on the courier. No, it's actually just heading back. He does have a fully completed Spirit Vessel. Interested to see if he goes with like a BKB or something himself next. BKB does really avoid a fair amount of the disables on the side of Earth Gaming. Obviously, there is still the Pulverize that goes through it. To be fair, that's like one of the only real reliable disables on the side of Earth Gaming. You've got like the Brambles. But that's about it.
Not quite as slow
Quick jump forwards. All Animals Millen, in comes the blast. Not going to connect though. Nilton, the safety there of the grabby lick. Ugh. Catchy lick, sorry. You know, it's that badly named, I can't even say it right because it's just awful. It's just awful. But hey, they kept their promo beast alive. That is fortunate enough. Ice Blast just a little bit off the mark. Just a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Keep on picking out their own jungle on the side of E-Stars. Obviously, Fallaway has just killed the free courier of the Sven. Speaking of mid, Slatum's in danger. He's able to go off the jump though, so he should be fine. Quick chip away. Meanwhile, at the bot lane, we've got several people from E-Star Bucks gathered up. Want to take down this tier 2, but the big forwards there from BSK. Largo, Corp, stunned, silenced, control, dead. He will fall. Fallaway and Nilsson both off towards the side, but they know there's not a single thing they can do here to stop this from happening. They have to just run. But Slatums, let's run in towards the Primal Beast, but let's go try and take away. That's just not going to work. 2 stuns on the side of E-Star backs, which aren't target point. Technically, you can actually also cancel out with the Sven if you just stun something near it as well. Obviously, it's a bit harder to do. So not just the freest sort of TP game there for the Dark Willow, as you do see in other games. A fantasy. TP to his tier 2 tower, and unfortunately Privi gets pushed backwards. Not actually going to land towards the tree. Ice Blast does connect, but it looks like he's fast enough to get out of there either way. I don't know how that did not latch onto the tree, man. That was insanely close. Items. That's found Dylan here. Just taking time, but nothing he can do. He will fall. This is all space created for Porty. Very important space indeed. Still is like a 2k goal behind the Sven himself. But it's not bad. It could definitely be worse considering how the lanes really went. Blink Dagger now online for Pake. Well, the rest of his team fighting by the tier 2. They found 40. Fantastic target. Quick jump in as well from BSK. Got this extra +1 on towards Nilton. Team is coming in. Terrorize will land, buying some space. And it looks like the Master's going to be the one to actually die here. Slayer's going to try and finish off Nilton. Will have the damage to do so. They're going to try and get this trade as well on towards Yadamichi. Forcing him back. Fallaway's going to be one to die instead. And now Dylan maybe overstepping his mark. It's jumped on twice. Escape pack to keep himself alive. Is it going to be enough? Looks like it will. They're not going to dive too deep into the base with this one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
3 kills found. All it cost them was their Mars. Meanwhile, all that was going on. The Sven was still farming, so now it's a 3,000 gold difference between the 2 carries. Just a rift that continues to grow. Actually, speaking of, jumping on towards Porty. No God Strength, no Ice Blast, otherwise that probably would have been a dead Shadow Fiend. I'm not gonna lie. A 9k gold advantage now, 17 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
A scans just landed on towards Porty as well. He's been found. Ice Blast not gonna work. Porty, oh, one more right click. That's all Pake had in him, and that's all he needed. Manages to bring him down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
He's going to start working on this top tier too.
Dire's top tower is
Might
under
head
attack.
mid to take down that one, and then it's going to be quite close to the 20-minute mark.
Dire's top tower
Reset, go for the Tormentor. Maybe even Roche after that if they really feel like they need it. And then it'll probably all be about putting her on towards Earth Gaming.
Dire are scanning.
Nilton has now completed his BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it actually looks like E-Star Bucks, so just go straight to the Roche now. Never mind. So it'll be this, then tier 2 probably, then Tormentor.
Radiant's bottom
That's going to be the order they'll play
under
this.
attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Liams has been the one gifted with the Aegis here. Well, Yule's grab on towards Fallaway. He's able to get off the Shadow Realm. But still just so much AoE control, like I was talking about, he just can't get away. Still ends up losing his life, dead for 25 seconds. Looks like they're actually not even going to bother finishing this tier 2 before Tormentor here from E-Star. They just draw the line,
Is under
head up
attack.
towards the top left of the map. Got to hang about for a minute though. It's a lot of time. There was also a Aghanim Scepter here completed by
Dire
Fantasy.
are scanning.
So now you've got the 2 songs going on at the same time. BKB is there
Dire's middle tower is
for the
under
Sven.
attack.
Meanwhile, Porty still trying to work into his own BKB. Another 1,400 gold away. He'll probably be close to it, but I imagine a fight is coming his way very shortly after this Tormentor falls.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just 3 of them is all they need here from E-Star Bucks just to quickly take this one down. I mean, Knight
Bottom tower is under attack.
might need to leave. He's fine, he's fine. Very close though. Yadamichi is the one that gets the free Axe shards,
Radiant are scanning.
which is very nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Although I've not really seen like a massive AoE connection yet in this game, but it's coming. I'm sure it will. Oh, huge 2-man stun from Pei. Just gets the freebies, gets his double kill, and now BSK is going to try and charge after a +1. Dylan slows him down, but unfortunately for him, Slayton just comes on in to deny any chance of retreat, and he falls by his tier 2 tower. BSK on the hunt, managed to find a +1 here. Oh, fantasy, Ice Blast will connect. I like how BSK wasn't even waiting for him to die. He's like, yeah, you're gone. I'm just going to walk off.
Tower is under attack.
$16k gold lead, 21 minutes in here. A pretty disastrous position to be in for the side of Earth Gaming. And I feel like they're at that point of starting to require a miracle to really be able to put up much of a fight in this game. Gaben's even sitting at a 94% win probability into their favor.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Those are not fun odds.
Radiant are scanning.
This is going to be their best attempt here. Earth Gaming with the full 5-man smoke and head out to the south side of the map, as they will try and defend this tier 2 and hopefully catch E-Star backs by surprise. Everyone just fought it really fast. Yadamichi and BSK fought all the way down to the south side. They just left the Sven to hit the buildings on his own. And they just completely split in so many different directions that nobody gets caught, but the Sven is still staying. Pake could get punished for this one. He's going to have full 5 people jump on his face as soon as he shows himself. As it looked like the rest of E-Star backs were expecting someone to farm this top wave. So they're attempting a gank of their own, but somehow avoided a gank of their own. And then somehow Pake still didn't get caught, even though he was completely separated. Just no one jumped on him. No one knew he was there. Only 15 seconds left on this Aegis as well, so that advantage is going to be stripped away. We'll see if they even really care on the side of E-Star. Both teams just kind of moving around as a full 5-man unit. And the final tier 2 is most likely going to be going down. Earth Gaming not in a position to attempt that same play they just did. But maybe they'll be forced to defend their bottom set of barracks as the push is coming. See Slayton sending out his illusions in different directions, trying to bait it out. They smoke up for the first Spirit. They're going to try and wrap around through the triangle behind E-Star Bucks. I mean, their tier 3 is probably on half HP though. Observer wall placed underneath the sentry, so immediately getting jumped on. Slayton's right there. We'll be able to get the first kill on towards Dylan. The BKB from Dylan is allowed to stand his ground, but Pecos is so damn strong, he does not care about that damage at all. 3 people dead. We've fought back on towards 1. There is still a buyback for the Dark Willow, but then even if he does, it's going to be a 4 versus 5 without the ultis, without the BKBs. They got the grab on towards Paul. He forces out the BKB from the Shadow Fiends. He's trying to push forwards on towards the Mars, but they're just jumping in behind. Dylan and Fantasy dead by just a couple of strokes there from the Sven. Pake doing some serious damage. And now the buildings are in danger. With only 2 people left alive here from Earth Gaming, they just cannot afford to defend. They will let these buildings go. Now a Daedalus as well for Pake. His damage is even more insane.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Middle set started on. Still 15 seconds, no Largo. Immediate jump. A little bit of miscommunication though.
Dire's
And a
middle
huge
tower is
fear
under attack.
comes on through from Fallaway. Terrorize doing some nice work. Nilton gonna get back to the safety of the base, but the Ice Blast will actually land on top of him. Meanwhile, Fallaway dies. Deadshot not gonna be able to finish him off. But even still, the Sven just stuck on top of Porty's face. The SF is just dead. Looked like Nilton was able to survive the damage that was coming his way inside the pit, but because he couldn't do anything, it just meant his carry was left alone. He fell. 26,000 gold advantage now. It's over 1k gold a minute in the favor of E-Star backs, and they are not going back. Pushed up to the Nilton. BKB charges straight forwards. They want to make a move towards BSKB. He just blinks away from the Wheel of Wonder. Does absolutely nothing. And now Slayton jumps on in. Silence working on towards Dylan. Good grab with the Remnant. Push back. Escape Hack's going to be there to keep him alive for a little bit longer. But he still ticks out to the dot damage. This is buying time at the very least. The SF and Willow spawning in a couple. But is this going to be enough to make the difference? I'm not sure. Just whatever you do, don't look at the net worths, because the Ancient Apparition has more than the Largo and the Primal Beast. And to be honest, only 2,000 gold behind the Shadow Fiend as well, my lord.
Dire are scanning.
This is a terrible position, terrible. Next Roshan has actually respawned. But again, do E-Star backs even care? By the looks of it, no. They are positioning mid to already make a jump. In comes the Ice Blast. I'm going to find anybody to make a quick jump onto there. He was to start off, 40. Able to keep hold of the BKB, go for the Requiem, point blank, BSK! Annihilated, no saves to come through there from E-Star backs. And immediately they're just charging out their base, want to try and make a play of their own. Sports apparently enough just to push them back. Quick jump in here from Peg, just focus on towards Fantasy. There will be the escape act. Unfortunately though, the AoE damage still just annihilates both of them. He and Dylan both die. 40 now gets caught, strike clicks from Peg are just nuts, critting for 1,700 damage a swing. They just get torn to shreds, and they just tap out here from Earth Gaming, and you can't blame them at all for that one. My lord, damage from the Sven just hits that critical mass, and then all of a sudden, not a single person can stand up against him. Truly disgusting. In that last engagement, by the way, he did like 8,300 damage in the space of, what was that, like 6 seconds? 6 seconds, just a few swings, and people just die everywhere? I mean, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. But that is how a Sven rolls, and that is how E-Star backs roll, taking their first game down in this series. I was saying after the drafts, I felt the drafts were quite even, and to be honest, I still feel like the drafts were even. But it does just show, it just feels like E-Star backs just maybe on a little bit of a better level here between the two of them. Just phenomenal teamwork coming through, right place, right time. And yeah, it just felt like Earth Gamer were on the back for the entire time. Like, they got the first blood, sure. It gave Porty a decent start on the SF, but it just wasn't enough. It just was not enough to allow them to get any kind of foothold in this game. And that's all she wrote. That is all she wrote. But there will be the chance for Earth Gaming to come back here in game number 2, which will be happening after a short break, guys. We'll jump away for about 10 minutes, and we shall return to see if we can get a game number 3. I'll see you guys soon. We have returned, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is here between Earth Gaming as well as E-Star Backs. And obviously after that game number 1, E-Star Backs really were put in the hurt. Left, right and centre to Earth Gaming. It didn't really look close at all. The start of the game I felt like was fine for Earth Gaming. They were behind in CS, struggling a little bit here and there, but it was an okay point. But then all of a sudden, E-Star Backs was really starting to hit their stride, and there was just zero breathing room for Earth Gaming whatsoever. There was nothing they could do. Just constantly had their backs up against the wall, and yeah, ended the game with like a 29,000 gold lead, something like that for E-Star Backs. Yeah, very, very dominant showing. So we're going to see if Earth Gaming have cooked something up in the break, perhaps, you know, decided we need to ban these ones, we need to pick these ones, maybe let's try doing this. But the bans are identical to game number 1, so it doesn't look like they're going to respond at all to what they had to play against that previous, and they're going to first pick up the Shadow Fiend, which is most likely going to go back into the hands of Porty for the position 1. His lane went fine, he was doing okay in CS, eventually he was forced out, just to the nature of the matchup, but then as soon as he was forced out of his lane, he was just miles behind. He was like 3k gold behind the Sven at one point, just after the laning phase, and once you're that far behind and your team isn't making lots of space, it's just not impossible to really recover to that stage. So yeah, it was just kind of on the back foot from then onwards, and E-Star Backs are just going to go once again in for the Mars. They started off the draft with this one last time, and they're going to do it exactly again. Why the hell not? So we could be getting a very similar lane in the bottom in this game. Depends if we're going to see a Ringmaster come on out. Could be interesting. But I'm not sure if Earth Gaming want to just send that same lane matchup back again. You know, first time, sure it didn't go poorly, but didn't really have the recipe for success. You know, it wasn't enough to get them the sure win. Once again, they are banning out the Huskar in this second phase, which is very interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the Bueta return. It seems to be one of the favoured heroes for E-Star Backs, going off their previous games as well. I don't see any reason not to. It worked really well with the Mars in the lane. Very well, a lot of like on-point dead shots was coming out from Knight in that game as well. Like so many multi-hero hits, push back in the right time, in the right place. Yeah, it was fantastic stuff from him. But I don't know if E-Star Backs are like considering any heroes they saw in that previous game, you know, potential problems, or if they might just, I don't know, ban heroes they just don't want to play against, perhaps. They even did pick the Void Spirit into the Primal Beast in the mid, and the Void Spirit just one-handedly was ahead in terms of CS, got a couple of kills as well. Wasn't solo, did require some rotations, but even still, the Primal Beast had support, and he wasn't able to get the kills himself. Either Slatums was really turning up today to perform his A game, or you know, the matchup's just a million times better than I actually think I thought it was. Marcy banned. E-Star Backs. Going for the Wind Ranger this time round. So potential hero there for Knight in the position 4. Could very well be Pake's carry. It's not too bad of a matchup versus the Shadow Fiend, to be honest. You know, you get the win run, and then obviously the SF's just doing absolutely nothing to you. Does force him to build into an MKB, which, if the Shadow Fiend's, you know, not just had a free time, he's not just free farming, or he's not ahead, it does take a while to build that very expensive item, and you know, you don't get as much out of it as you would from like a higher attack speed based hero. So yeah, I like this matchup into the SF. Earth Gaming mix up the position 5. Okay, so moving away from the Ringmaster, and we'll decide to send the Warlock in as the pos 5. Gonna be fine in the lane. And then tiny grab from Earth Gaming. So whether if this is the mid for Nilton or maybe Fallaway's hero in the position 4 remains to be seen. Had to mute. Random cough coming. Yeah, unknown exactly at this point where the Tiny's going to end up. Still early days. It's good versus the Wind Ranger if it is a core, even support to be fair, because you don't rely on just the physical right clicks to kill people. Sometimes it's the avalanche toss in the early parts of the game is enough to kill people just after a blink. So I do like that. It does make you feel a little bit more likely to be a mid in that case. He start backs going in for the punch. Okay, have they played a lot of punch? I don't know. I don't think so. Played him once a month ago and it lost, but they don't care. They're sending it back on into this game. All right, where this is going to be is the biggest mystery we can think of. It's not position 3 because the Mars is basically locked into that. Could very well be the 4 if the Wind Ranger is the carry. Maybe it's the mids. Maybe it's some old meta position 1 pudge. I don't think so. That's not been a thing for quite a while. But Ringmaster grab, so it's definitely not pos 5. We now know that. Very interesting indeed. Fourth pick still to come here from Earth Gaming. Might lock in whether this is going to be their mid tiny or not. E-Star backs do have the overall last pick. See what they're going to aim for in their 4th. Anything from that last game which could be a consideration? Trying to think. Primal Beast? No, I doubt it. Largo, always get that wrong. Not going to see an appearance here. As Storm Spirit is the hero choice, so this does now lock in the Tiny as the position 4. Yeah, Tiny is position 4, sorry. Storm Spirit mid, Warlock 5, Shadow Fiend 1. So the offlaner is the last pick here for Earth Gaming, where E-Star backs could be the mid of their own if this is 1 Ranger, 5 Ringmaster, 4 Pudge, 3 Mars. Earth Gaming, I think that's the way it's going to go, as they do decide to take away the puck. Brewmaster first. Because Earth Gaming's off-lane pick is pretty clear-cut here. I wonder if they're going to take away the Largo again, or or just take it out in general, considering how it was played by Fantasy in game number 1. There were lots of reserve time for Earth Gaming here. And it will be the Ember Spirit. I like Magnus, but that should be pretty solid on Earth Gaming. It gives you such crazy team fight. You'd have RP, you'd have Chaotic Offering, you'd have Requiem. You've got lots of AoEs to go into that as well, with like the Avalanche, with the Upheaval. Later on, when the Storm gets Ags, then you have like RP into Electric Vortex, so you basically have like 2 massive AoE stuns. Obviously, that is like a case if the Magnus gets like a huge RP to start things off, or even these things can set up for the big RP. And you get the Magnus Tiny lane combo, which you can just use to find several kills. I think Magnus is pretty good. I know he's not exactly like a strong, like big meta hero right now. Just don't see him all too much, but in this current situation, I quite like the Mag. I said the only thing about doing that combo against the win range, for instance, in the lane, even if you toss her under the tower, you should be able to use win run and avoid a majority of the damage. Still will probably take 1 or 2 hits from the tower, but maybe enough to allow her to escape. I'm going to go in for the Darkseer instead. Darkseer Tiny is still a pretty damn strong combo. Invoker comes out from E-Star. Okay. So you do have a couple of stun setups from either side for like those early Sunstrikes if he wants to go down that route. Probably just going to be the more likely Quas Wex Invoker, especially when he's up against the Storm Spirit in the lane. You know, just constantly get those Tornado EMPs, reduce all of his mana. Yeah, it does just make it a bit more difficult for the Storm Spirit to lane. Especially when you consider that Invoker just has a really good ranged attack, like distance anyway, and Storm Spirit has an awful one. Oh! Hang about. I don't know if this is some crazy shenanigans happening or if people are just swapping roles, but Porty has the Storm Spirit, so, and then Nilton is playing the Shadow Fiend. So either they are swapping roles and we actually have a mid Shadow Fiend and a position 1 Storm Spirit, or they are deciding that Nilton is going to play mid this game, and then that Nilton is going to play the carry this game, and Porty is going to play the mid laner. I don't know. That is very, very interesting. Unless it's some crazy misclick, which, I mean, no one said in the chat. I don't think so. I think this is just how they want to play it. Very, very interesting. I do, just for the pure memes, hope that it is Storm Spirit carry. Because that would just be, like, wild. I mean, how would a Storm Spirit carry look in this game? Messy, but maybe potentially it could work. Lane feels awful though. No. It's just they're swapping roles. They've got to just be swapping roles, because otherwise it just feels like the most bonkers play I've ever seen in my life. To do this, it'd be absolutely craziness. Hey, I've said before, I love casting these games for the craziness. So if it is the case, then I wouldn't mind. I would not mind too badly. But the game's about to start. Let's jump on in, ladies and gentlemen, and see how this game number 2 is going to go. I am obviously going to look straight at where these 2 guys are running, or what they are at least building, or buying, sorry. Because that will be my indicator on where the hell these people are. I mean, Porty is actually running completely south. He is playing position 1 Storm Spirit, and then we have the Shadow Fiend mid. Okay. It's a spanner in the works. Maybe it's a spanner E-Star Bax wasn't expecting, and they can try and capitalize on. Perhaps. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to work, but I'm here for it.
30 seconds to battle.
I hope for their own sake it works out pretty damn well. We're going to have some smoke on smoke action. Both teams going to run into each other. Knight leading the charge. Smokes will start breaking. Does he land the hook? Sees several heroes. Which direction does he go? Dylan not going to be able to dodge that one. Gets caught, but the 2-man avalanche comes on through. As well as use of the Fatal Bonds, locks on towards several heroes, but Yadamichi just runs past everybody to get the first bloods. He is separated and may just get ran down here. So he is traded away. And Nilton even grabs himself the credit for that one. So you get the first blood that goes to a support, but then immediately responded by your mid laner killing them, which just brings them that little bit closer to their early bottle. maybe they don't really care about that trade. I feel like Earth Gaming are fine. Like, it's not like Yadomichi has bought anything which now changes the balance in his lane whatsoever. He's just holding on to the gold. He didn't buy a single thing. Quite interesting. But we'll see how 40 holds up here. Just see Knight sniping away the range creeps.
Radiant's courier
Just
has
for
been
guarantee
killed.
XP. Lots of trades already happening at the top lane. The Fallaway playing very aggressively, but obviously he's got to be a little bit careful. Damage can come quickly from these two. So far in the mids, slight advantage for Slatums, but Nilton's still doing fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess he just really did not want to play Storm Spirit mid, because I'm pretty confident that that was not their aim to play Storm Spirit mid, carry, right? I'm sure it wasn't. Here at the top, Yadomichi. Looks like he could be dead, getting extremely low. Fallaway is going to dive underneath the tower to go for this one. Will be able to get him. But does get killed immediately afterwards, so Pake just gets the solo experience for his death, but not like the complete bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nilton was able to get off a couple of raises there to at least trade some of the damage. Maybe the slightly earlier bottle because of that kill has helped out. Still both the water runes just sat there, ready to be taken. Well, mid, looks like Slatums just solo kills up Nilton. Big play to come on out there from the Invoker, manages to bring him down. Absolutely huge. Even up top, Fallaway nearly brought down low himself. But with the help of the Surge, does get him out there to safety. Bot lane seems relatively quiet. 14-4 to BSK against the 11-1 there at Porty. Move up top to get more action going on. Tame the Beast will make a little bit of space. So Fallaway though will still die. Surge forwards here from Fantasy to try and trade away. But it just keeps on heating up from Yadomichi. He's probably going to be fine. Fantasy though should be okay himself. Meanwhile on the bot lane, BSK gets a kill on towards Dylan. And now Fantasy up top once again in danger. Avalanche forwards from Fallaway, trying to finish off Yadomichi, tosses the illusion forwards, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. But because he has those early boots, not going to even run him down. The train just does not end at mids. A kill on towards Nilton this time. Knight rotates on in, sets up for that once. Now that's 2 deaths early on for the Shadow Fiends. And maybe this weird little position swapperoo is not panning out the way they wanted on Earth Gaming. I think it's like Earn, yeah, Earn already completed, coming out for the Invoker as well. The Slatums definitely has the potential to just solo out Nilton with ease coming forwards. The supports from either side, rotated mid. Knight just off towards the right here, they're going to start things off. Oh, the hook! Just dodged away there, Nilton knew it was coming. Observer Ward was spotting him that entire time. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was on the cliff. So, no, he just saw him at the last second there to get the dodge. Very nice. Fancy up top. Oh my lord, takes so much damage. Caught from the shackle shot. Then you just got like the impalement chucked on him and taming the beast, and he's just dead before anything really can be done. 3k gold lead, 5 minutes in. Fallaway. Oh, the fog! Or something. He wanted to toss Knight back on towards Nilton. That would have been a free kill, but the pathing screwed him over. That is so unfortunate there for Fallaway. And that would have been a huge impact here for the side of Earth Gaming to try and bring themselves back here in this game number 2. Because they're already struggling pretty hard. Adamichi's 2 levels ahead of Fallaway as well. That's not a fun position to be in. Meanwhile, mid, hook on towards Nilton, dragging it back. He's just dead. Adamichi comes to trees and just whips him. Toss on towards Knight, lots of control. They do at least get a trade there on towards the Pudge. Fallaway just takes lots of damage under his tower. Will be fine. Meanwhile, off towards the side, Slaytums just finds Dylan. Eventually he will fall. Tornado should be enough. Just about to get the finish there. Toss forwards of the Shadow Feet. Nilton's only level 4, by the way. Adamichi just heals through all the raises. One more right click. No! It will be enough to kill him. Just barely. Meanwhile, at the top, we had a rotation there from Knight. The Pudge really trying to put himself to work. Sets up for a kill there with the help of Pake. Or to aid Pake. And once again, it's another death for Fantasy. 4 for 11 is the scoreline here already in game number 2. Fallaway making stacks. As Knight goes on in with Pake, actually steals the Wisdom Shrine. Gonna try and turn this one around at a 2 versus 4 because Nilton is also here. Knight though! Nearly trades on towards Dylan. Super close to actually taking him down with him, but it's not going to be the case. Instead, they get 2 of the Wisdom Shrines. And Porty looks like he attempted to steal the Wisdom Shrine himself, but just gets caught out there from BSK. Slaytum's TP's in, and they kill the enemy carry to boot. They lose out on all the experience. Their carry is taken off the map, and all they get for it is just the Pudge, who does not care about dying this game. He really doesn't. He's just setting up for kills left, right, and center. Or at least trying to. Slaytums, mids. He is invisible, but he's underneath the Sentry Ward right now, but it doesn't matter, they're going to start him either way. Avalanche comes through. They just might still be dead either way. And Pelmanox finds him through the trees. Tons of dot damage. They do manage to find him. Slaytums are going to stand his ground as Pake now rotates in. Shackle shot on towards Dylan. Just completely forgets about Fallaway, leaving it for his teammates, who will eventually kill him. Every single one of them tossed a separate thing at him then. That was quite funny to see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Versus 3 more kills underneath the tower to boot. TP up towards the top here from Slaytums as he wants to hunt for Fantasy.
Dire are scanning.
I'll TP away. Not gonna get there. Slaytums new. EMP strips all the mana away. Surge on cooldown still for another 8 seconds. The Slaytums slowly but surely will run him down. Drags in the neutrals. Is there any other spells he can cast? Doesn't need him. Shackle shot comes through and kill secured there from Pake. The net worth of Nilton is abysmal, by the way. He's 400 gold behind Yadamichi. And to be honest, Yadamichi, he basically has core net worth. He's only slightly behind Slaytums and Fantasy both. Like, he is having such a wild game on this Ringmaster. Actually crazy. Not down the bot. It looks like Fallaway wanted to rotate in to try and kill BSK, but he knew it was coming. He just backs on out. Instead, going to start invading the Radiant jungle. Not going to find anyone but an Observe Ward, and once he knows where he is, he just runs away again. Top tier 1 looks like it's going to go down. Or Yadamichi and Slaytums. They found Fantasy. Wheel of Wonder, everything used. Vacuum just for show by the looks, as he will die. Flames with another kill to his name. Fallaway looked like he TP'd in here to try and help. Caught himself in an awkward spot though. Sunstrike will secure the kill. Double there for Slaytums on top.
Dire's structures
Just a
are
real
fortified.
pedal to the metal game here from E-Star backs. My lord. Like, Slayham's has not just sat around and farmed this entire game. He has been roaming non-stop since the end of the laning phase. So it's even during laning phase, this guy was just moving all over the place. With this catapult, they're trying to push on towards this middle building. Toss back on towards the punch for the escape act! Mid-flight, and Knight will survive! Yadamichi, absolutely insane. Boy jumps on in, he does secure the kill towards the punch, but it costs his own life because a massive rotation from BSK read him like a book. And now you just traded your carry for a punch, which again, has already died a few times. He just doesn't care about dying anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Meanwhile up top, Slayham's once again continuing to do whatever he wants. Okay, a little bit of miscommunication there with the shackle shots, but it doesn't matter. They kill him either way. Hilton as well as Fallaway. Weighing up on the high ground, Avalanche toss plus all the raises. Slayham's getting shoot low, deafening blast, plus immediately goes in towards Invisible. Thus, we'll reveal him. Slayham wants to try and juke around the ice wall, but that's not going to happen. Nilton brings him down. That's a big target to find there for the SF, and exactly what he needed to help recover his game. Still a long road to recovery though, mind you. As Pake just continues to free farm. Maelstrom completed and going straight on in for that Mjolnir. Mid, Nilton. Just running at Yadamichi, wanted to try and finish off the tower before he died. Tumbler's toy down to low ground. Maybe he runs the wrong direction. Tame the Beast to slow it down, but another race from below. Chucks out the wheel. But actually allows Slayhams to get hit with the tornado. Needs some other assistance. It's actually not. He hooks him in the opposite direction, but it doesn't matter. They've got the damage to get the kill either way. The shackle will not land on towards Fallaway, but it feels like the Tiny's probably dead either way. Sunstrike, 50-50 chance in the direction, but it's not going to land. It was all just a bait there from Yadamichi. At least Dylan denied the tower, right? You know, that's something. It's something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Atos picked up for the Ringmaster. That's another nuisance for Earth Gaming to deal with. And what's Porty looking like right now? He has just still been continuously farming on this storm. Double Null Talisman plus Kaya. And Yasha about 2,000 gold away. Meanwhile, Slayham's caught out with a huge tornado. Maybe bought him some space, but it's not. Golem just slaps him in the back as he tried to run away. A bit of over-aggressive position there from Slayham's does cost him his life, and a big ticket item there for the side of Earth Gaming. But as you can see, the rest of E-Star once again are going to try and steal this Wisdom Shrine. But Dylan's coming over for it. Caught from an Atos, hooked in place, and dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Tools online
is
for
under
BSK.
attack.
Easy form of catch now for him.
Dire are scanning.
By the way, looking like he wants to try and wrap around on towards Pake. But with just him and Fantasy, they're going to need some bigger numbers. Dylan is also here, but he doesn't even have Chaotic Offering still for like a minute and a half. This is an extremely ambitious play, and it's not going to work because BSK was just ready and waiting. Spear will land. Knight just drags onto the walls of the high ground. Will that be enough to finish him off? Or the wheel just caught Dylan, who's just stuck in the arena, will eventually die. Fantasy here with the Wall of Replica. It's not going to make a difference. He's just dead as well. It was the most crazy overplay they could possibly do
Dire's bottom tower is under
was just the
attack.
3
Radiant's top tower has
weakest
fallen.
people on their team trying to solo out the carry with no information on who else could be nearby. Ambitious, but at the end of the day, folly. That's 40. Let's get the long zip away. Sunstrike. Not going to guess the fact he's going through the gate. Instead, Slaves, he finds him, cancels the TP, calls the long zip, the tornado. Not going to land, but Potty using up his entire mana pool to run away here. Slayhams knows that. They're going to try and hunt after him. Everyone else from E-Star backs is going to try and cut him off. He's faster than they thought, though. It looks like he should be able to escape. It's like, fine, if I can't TP back to base, I'll walk all the way back to base. So, at the end of the day, just ends up wasting his time. Doing well, Dylan. Caught here. Toss back on towards the Karsh, gets the Requiem. A kill is a kill at the end of the day. Sunstrike does actually land on towards Nilton, which gives him the vision to chuck out all the spells. Now, will be the SF die, and Fallaway was trying to make some space for his mids, but it's not going to work. So once again, they kill the Pudge, but it cost them so much more. And immediately, it's 2 people TP up top. They want to kill Fantasy. Bizz maybe going to juke his way out of this. I don't know if Slams just saw him. Nighttime vision's a funny thing. He's about to get the sight and Slams underneath the invis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's just gone. Flames will go, okay, they probably got vision there, otherwise he would have stuck around to farm. There's no way he wouldn't have.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And mid tier 2 gone. Only one left standing for Earth Gaming at the bot. We could potentially be seeing a Roshan attempt, as there's no good TP locations available right now. Not the fastest Rosh in the world, but it is reliable.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's
TP's
bottom
down to the
tower
bot.
is under attack.
Looks like they've caught out Porty. He had a Mitch there with Wheeler Wonder, gets the land, sets up for Pake to just shackle him in spot. Ends up being another free kill onto their highly prioritized Storm Spirit carry, which still yet to see the big impact of, as the Darkseer has been caught once more. There's any time somebody's stepping out of the base to farm here on the side of Earth Game and there's just 10 people to jump on him, it feels like. No matter where you go, you're just screwed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunately here, just runs right into Slatem's.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
From my grimoire.
The bottom tier 2 looking like it will fall. Might see Team Start put a little bit of pressure on the brakes. Wait maybe for the 20-minute Tormentor to come up, get that free shard, and then make a high ground play. In the meantime, continue to look for kills as Fallaway has got the Avalanche toss back on towards the Mars. It's a huge kill to find, and it's a combination they have used again and again to find their few kills. But actually, the regain, as it is the Mars who's gone as a huge target. There'll be a big shackle on towards 2, and immediately they just focus on towards the Storm Spirit. He dies in seconds. They drop down the gun to make some space. Fallaway's caught in deep. The Avalanche trying to buy himself some precious seconds, but that doesn't even get him one, as he will fall. Dylan as well tries to run to the base, not going to make it. Eventually, okay, survives longer than I thought, but he does still end up dying. So once again, Earth Gaming, they do get a kill with this combo, this time on the higher prioritized target of the Mars, but it still just does not set up for anything good. And just look at the net worth of this Wind Ranger. What the absolute hell is that? 15,500 gold. He's nearly doubling Porty at 20 minutes in. He's just miles ahead of everyone. while pretty much the majority of E-Star have just been you know, looking for kills and constantly taking fights, Paker's just been farming and really finding kills when they come his way. And it's working out fantastically for the guy. He's just so damn farmed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
20-minute Tormentor is up, but it doesn't look like they're too interested in trying to force this one out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Tier
has
3
fallen.
gone. E-Star looking for an opening. Looks like jumping from Knight though. He's got the grab one towards Fallaway, and nobody else from Earth Gaming makes a move. The Storm Spree is out farming on the map. Fantasy was out on the map. At least he was able to get their first shrine of the game.
Has fallen.
Huzzah. But they've lost an entire set of barracks for it. And to be honest, E-Star probably like, hey, you're not going to defend. We're just going to head for another one. Why not? They don't really care about tanking towers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Both will be used to slow this down, but the creeps are continuing to come on in the mid lane. So no backdoor protection to be seen.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Axe actually just picked up here from Slatum's. I don't feel they needed the Cataclysm, but, you know. Oh no, sorry, it's the Tornado upgrade. My bad, my bad.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom
Forgot about the Mind of Tornerus. I feel like the last few times I've seen the Invoker, it's always been like an Exhort build, but it is refreshing to see back to Coswex. The 2 full sets down. Everyone from Earth Gaming now forced to come back to base to defend. As it looks like Porty has a freshly completed Manta style here. We'll see what that's really going to be able to do to help defend.
Radiant's top tower is
It's a
under
drop in the
attack.
bucket when you consider everything.
Radiant's top tower
As Pate
has
now just
fallen.
has one of his own.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
15 seconds left on those Aegis, and in 15 seconds, the buildings will die. Earth Gaming are just waiting. They're waiting. Come on. Any second now. They're going to be forced to make a move, or they're going to be playing up against Megas. Quick jump force from Fallaway, but it's red there from Peg. They knew the move was coming out now. He re-engages with the catch on towards Fallaway is there. Fuel Scepter grabs Porty. Arena, Spear, Connection. Oh, Sunstrike actually misses it. Allows him to get the zip away, but he's going to die either way to the dot damage. No buyback available there for the Storm. It's a 3 versus 5. They're against Megas. This, I think, is over, guys. Spear should deny Fantasy any chance of getting back into the base. Him and Dylan both die. Nilton, the only survivor. Peg wants to dive in towards the fountain to get it. There will be an E-Blade, just one from the SF, and a buyback from the Darks here. The comeback, guys. They want this now. They get the vacuum back on towards Yanamichi, but they're going to try and focus on towards Slatum's instead. The Invoker, a higher priority target. They've caught him out. Toss, they've brought him down. A glimmer of hope. A shining light at the end of the tunnel here from Earth Gaming. The Mimi end from E-Star backs potentially has given a breath of life here to Earth Gaming. Although I feel like this is CPR on a corpse, because I don't think this is a possibility of coming back into this game. Gaben says 1%. Whether we are seeing this 1 in 100 game, I don't know. Actually, no, he's just changed his mind. It's 100%. Gaben says it's over, guys. Where's the GG call? It'll be interesting. Meanwhile, Porty's caught. Porty's dead. 50 seconds gone. Meanwhile, the Invoker's just respawning. And they're just going to resume the push back on into the base. Slatum's solo has found Fantasy at the bottom part of the map as well. Takes his time. Meanwhile, hook mid. Dylan dead. I don't know what's going on in the Radiant jungle. There's just people running around in circles. Looks like Fallaway is being chased after by Slatum's.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, hook from Knight actually connects onto the SS inside the fountain. Spear connection is there. Good shackle control, locks it down with the wheel, brings them low. Buyback comes on in from the Warlock, but what the hell can he really do at this stage of the game?
Radiant's middle
Stiff forward here from 40. Hook back from Knight. Caught him there, but still poised, doubling down, trying to kill Peg. Not going to work. Milton steps forward, has to use Z-Blade to retreat back into the base. Just poking from afar. Not enough to get the kill. There will be the tornado. Does it set up for the hook? Yes, it does. It lands, pulls him back. Quick use there of the Essence Ring, but it's not really enough to save his life entirely. Porty trying to grab the creeps away from the Ancient, but it's just not enough. The catapults, there's range units, they're doing everything. Fallaway now jumps forwards, tosses him away, gets the kill towards Peg, and strips the 10 kill streak out of his hands before the game ends. Says, no sir, you will not have that one leaving this one. But it does not matter, as E-Star backs still end up taking down this series 2-0. A very dominating 2-0 as well. It's unfortunately for the side of Earth Gaming. I never saw a point in this game where they were really in control, where they were able to fight back. I'm not sure if this Storm Spirit carry was a conscious decision, whether it's just responding to the Invoker pick. Either way, it was relatively disastrous because the SF struggled like hell himself either way. And just nothing seemed to go right. Absolutely nothing seemed to go right for themselves. But one thing I will say is that they fought on to the absolute bitter end. They did not GG out in that last game. They managed to counter the Fountain Dive. They gave themselves an extra minute. Eventually they did still lose, don't get me wrong, but hey, it shows they got fight, it shows they have commitment and drive here. So hopefully we'll see them be able to push themselves with that kind of momentum in their series tomorrow to try and keep themselves alive here in the CCT. But as for E-Star backs, they are now one step closer on making their way through to the playoff stage. And I have no idea where these guys will end up, but I have a feeling I would not be surprised if it's going to be in the finals. Like, E-Star backs looked extremely strong. It's 5 very well experienced players on this squad and could be a potential new rising team out of the SA region. So I feel like the sky's the limit for these guys, and hopefully that is going to be the case. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the second series, a relatively quick series as well. So you will have about an hour and 15 minutes to wait for the next series coming on up, which I will let you guys know is going to be Aggressive Style versus Avalanche Esports, and then followed up by Under Effect against Zeta Gaming. So those are going to be the last 2 series of the day. I shall not be covering them. That is going to be Behemoth himself. So make sure you guys stick around to watch him cast those games, and hopefully there are some fun games as well. But that is it, guys. Like I said, hours wait. Make sure you stick around. But thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the future for some more CCT. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.